Okay. Today, we've got something a little special. It's Deck Tech Wednesday, which happens every single Wednesday, always, for all time, consistently, except for when it doesn't. And we do deck techs on your submissions, and then we deck build for the show after that with whatever spare time that we have. For anybody that's looking to get deck teched, you know the drill. One of these days I'll remember that my camera is mirrored. You just go to the link in the other corner to our Ko-fi to do a deck tech for today. But today is a little funky because our submission is from Electman, who submitted this 2 weeks ago. And I was not good at my time management and was not able to do this one then. And so it's been sitting with me for a little while, which means that this tech will be a little bit more in depth. I want to be clear. This is not a thing that I can do very often because it is just, this is a special case. But here's one that I had a little bit more time to think upon. So, Electman's submission is Agatha of the Vile Cauldron, which is a card that I love very, very much. I feel like you probably could have guessed this. It is a red and a green for a 1/1, and activated abilities of creatures you control cost X less, where X is Agatha's power. But it cannot reduce it to less than 1 mana. And then you have an ability for 6 creatures you control get +1/+1 and trample and haste until end of turn. So you have lots of activated ability shenanigans where you can reduce them down really, really low by buffing her up, including her own ability. So you also have a win condition of just overrunning and swinging on players. Now, Electman said this had a bit of a theme to it. That is monstrosity, the monstrosity mechanic. And let me pull up one of these monstrosities, like Stormbreath Dragon. So these are activated abilities that are reduced by Agatha's effect to add counters onto the creature, making it much larger, and usually doing some sort of trigger. Invokers are a sub-theme, like Flamewave Invoker. These are all creatures that have an activated ability that is repeatable. I think the only thing that makes the thing specifically an invoker is they have an activated ability that doesn't cause them to tap and is not limited to the number of times you can use it. So these can all be reduced down to very, very little mana, where normally they would be awful. I'm not paying 8 mana for 5 damage. I'm not paying 8 mana for 4 damage to each opponent. Those are all pretty bad, but if you can reduce these a bunch, then they get pretty good. Are they also all 8 mana? That seems right. And then Electman said not super married to them. I think this is the only deck I would ever play them in, so you can't cut them. Just cut the cards in the section I tagged. Please cut this. Let's take a look at those. Because Maulhound recommended these cards for the deck, but they are quite pricey. I had no problem cutting these cards. Yeah. I mean, like, they're fun cards. They're fun cards. They're good cards. I don't think you need to drop $100 for these. Not for this deck either. So yeah, we'll cut these. All right. So let's head back up here. All right, Electman. Yeah, with your set. Worried about how. So I guess this is questions for another time, but you have some worries about your custom draft set affecting like Commander in some weird ways. I think the only person that ever needs to worry about that is Papa Wizards, because you have full control over your thing. You can just say, this is only for drafting, or this is only for sealed, or this is only for whatever. But I think figuring out the hoops is always going to be how many hoops it is to actually jump through to get those to work is always going to be a play test kind of thing. Who hurt you that you made this? I think this is a pretty fair deck. All things considered. I've made this deck for myself, and played it and made it as like, I kept it in bracket 2, same as Electman, but I made it as me as possible, and it still was pretty fair. So let's take a look at the deck, and we've done something a little different, something a little bit different today. So this is the list from Electman's account, and we're just going to be taking a look as it is organized there with Electman's tags. And because I had a little extra time, the version that I copied then is we'll view in the way that I like to see it. Whoops. On the decked out account. And this will already have my adjustments to it. Mofo Silver, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one Zach Fair, and it's not in Final Fantasy. Well, I think the trickiest part about Agatha is this whole deck, like any Agatha deck really needs Agatha on the board. Otherwise, you have like Flame Wave Invoker on the board at full cost. I think you can of course play it differently and like hold back your Agatha until you got the full setup on board, but that's that. So can somebody, can one of our mods please ban decked out EDH for me? That's a very inappropriate comment that they've put here. Yeah, after we do our deck tech for today, we will be brewing some Pauper Commander decks for the show. And we're gonna do them correct this time. I think we got everything right the last time we played, except for life totals and commander damage. PDH, not 1v1 Pauper. Yeah, we'll be doing Pauper Commander. Okay. So these are the tags that Electman has done. Removal. This is like barely removal. All right, save your Pauper Commander discussions for later. We got to do this first. So yeah, Invoker, the only thing it can remove is players or planeswalkers. That's funny. All right, Blowout Maneuvers. Yeah, Agatha Soul Cauldron is a hell of a drug, man. What a card. What a card. It's like they built a card for me. It's so good. Yeah, wait a minute. Whoever this decked out EDH person is, they both said, hey, make sure to keep them on track, and then just like sprinkled in, but here's the thing to talk about that's not the deck tech. Unbelievable. look, I spend the money on it and then just ship it between every deck that you have, because this card is so much fun and you can put it in anything. This is like Mauled Hound to Buster Sword is like me to Agatha's Soul Cauldron. You can jam this in any deck and it automatically makes the deck better and more fun. But yes, these are some of the best stuff that you can play with Agatha. Magus the Candelabra is like a mana doubler essentially at 1 mana, because I mean, like, the mana doubler, you reduce its X cost down a bunch, and then that's all extra mana for you to use. And hey, even if you're like doing some other stuff with lands that tap for more mana, like it's so good. Marvin Murderous Mimic gains the activated abilities of all creatures you control. So there's so many of these throughout the entire deck. There's just like a lot of weird stuff that you can do. Redshift, I also built this deck. I built this as like a bracket 4 combo deck, and it was super messed up. But reducing that exhaust cost to be able to put any number of permanents in your hand in a very permanent heavy deck, oh, beautiful. Soulbright Flamekin, you are paying 2 mana to give something trample, but the third time it resolves, it gives you 8 mana. So you're already getting like a mini ritual, but if you reduce this down to 1, then you pay 3 mana, get 8, even better ritual. You can do every turn. Svella, again, this is one of those cards. Is like, this is not that great on its own, but if you reduce these abilities down, they're, like, repeatable ramp and free casts. Can't get better than that for a deck like this. And then Vorinclex, this is already above rate for the cost for the creature and the abilities, and then being able to flip pretty quick into do all of this stuff. Yeah, love that. Okay. Burn. We have some invokers dealing damage to players. Stormbreath Dragon, monstrosity, hits players equal to cards in their hand, so suck it, blue player. And then grab the prize, just a little bit of card draw. Yes, we're copying all of our stuff. Illusionist Bracers is cute here because we can copy everything. All of our stuff has activated abilities. All right, counters. We have a little theme of +1/+1 counters because we need a way to increase Agatha's power to get that bigger reduction. So Maester Seymour is ideal here. It both is going to continue to put counters onto Agatha, and then it has a monstrosity cost that you reduce. This is so perfect here. Yes, we're stacking counters. I really like the Snakeskin Veil here because we are going to need to be able to protect Agatha. She is like the centerpiece to the entire strategy, and it leaves a counter behind. Yes, more monstrosity. This is our green board wipe. Guidebot. What's nice about this, so I just did a video talking about this interaction. Tawashi Guidebot's ability says, pay 4 and tap and draw a card. Ability costs 1 less to activate for each modified creature you control. Full stop. This reduction does not stop at 1. You can reduce his ability down to 0. Agatha's ability says this can't reduce the mana to less than 1. When you activate an ability or cast a spell, all cost reductions are applied in the order that you want them. So you can apply Agatha's cost reduction first to get this down to 1, and then Tawashi Guidebot's cost reduction for its own ability to make it 0. Okay. We got some big stuff. Just dumping mana into these effects allows us to go for our big attack. And then Broodmaster, I think if you can resolve this for a bunch, you're in good shape. It is a little bit of a non-bow, though, with the haste enabler for the deck, Rhythm of the Wild. Now, this is nice in the deck because it has the option to put counters on creatures, like Agatha, and stops counter spells, but it does not haste your token creatures. So it's just something to keep in mind. All right, we got our other invokers. Just damage and pumps, damage and pumps. We have some big scary stuff that gets monstrous. Thought this was a pretty solid selection. Especially splitting slime. This is great. So you make the copy of it, but the copies also have the monstrosity ability, and it like refreshes it, like it's making a new copy. So the copy is then not monstrous because monstrous is not a copyable trait. So that's awesome. But yeah, monstrosity has a surprising amount of flexibility here of just make big, deal damage to players, make a board wipe, set up for some chaos and make players attack, make a board, destroy stuff. Like that's a solid suite of options. Okay. Card touchery. So there's also like a small sub-theme of casting from exile. We have Bonehorde Dracosaur, Charred Foyer, and Warp Space, and Count on Luck, all letting you cast from exile. I really like the Beast Rider Vanguard and Oread of Mountains Blaze effects because we're pretty quickly able to reduce this down. And if a thing just had the ability, pay 1, discard a card, draw a card, that would get played in so many decks. So it's a very strong thing to happen here. Soul's Majesty, because ideally we are making Agatha and some other things very large. So it's a chunk of card draw. Oh yeah, Wild Wasteland here also drawing from exile or casting from exile. Rada is giving a little bit of card advantage and also has an activated ability. Relevant. Cool. These are getting cut. We have 2 forms of protection. You all know I'm an Untimely Malfunction fan. Then, yes, ways to pump up Agatha. Very important. We've discussed some of these already from other categories, but Blackblade Reforged is just like one of the most efficient boosts, permanent boosts that you can get on a thing. Particularly for commanders, since it's a legendary creature. Rapid Battery, I think, is a good haste enabler here. I like valuable turn 1 plays. The the exile effect was a mauled recommendation. Good. Keep that in mind when we go over what I'm adjusting. Raised by Giants is very cute. Commander creatures are just base power up to 10/10. That's a significant reduction for Agatha. All right, ramp, bunch of dorks. Goblin and Archimancer is so good. This card is so good. It's so good. Please don't ever put this in any of the other colors, though, because Gruul deserves it. Gruul deserves it. This card is very good in Gruul. This card is broken in any other combination. For Boros, I don't know. As the two colors that are best at making mana, it feels more at home here. I don't. Yeah. Oh yeah, God, putting this in Is It? Huge mistake. Loot also, I think, is one of the better cards in an Agatha deck. Allows you to ramp because of your extra land drop, and reducing that cost for 2 green to look at 6 cards and put a creature onto the board, and almost all your deck is creatures. That's real good. O'Hare Caslam is just generic good card. We're ramping. The Utopia Sprawl does play nice with Magus the Candelabra. And then we have a basic suite of removal. It's a lot of artifact hate here specifically. Destroy artifact, destroy enchantment or artifact, destroy artifact, destroy artifact or enchantment, destroy artifacts. Captivating Crew also, I think, an auto include in Agatha, because 1 mana per creature to steal, it's kind of messed up. Okay, we do need to make a board so that we can swing out on our opponents. What'd you miss, Elect Man? Just the usual. We're still going over the deck. I don't think you missed much. There hasn't been anything sneaky or. Yeah, we've made it to the lands. All right, and the mana base I found was pretty solid. There are some good inclusions here, like Forge of Heroes and Opal Palace, to be able to boost Agatha pretty quickly. I like that. Okay. And then we have 2 untagged sorceries. We're ramping and we're putting counters on stuff. Okay. So this is the deck. I already approve. I like I said, love Agatha, and I think this is a great execution with like a flavor theme, like the monstrosity and invokers that we've leaned into, but like doesn't really detract from the deck function. Cool. Let's take a look at this one. So here, I'll put the link in the chat now, and I'll put it at the end if anybody wants to like actually look at it separately. Okay. So it keeps the tags, but I added a tag. I have swapped 20 cards in this deck. You don't have to take all of my recommendations, but 20 cards. for your consideration. Let's start off with the lands. As I play tested this, the thing that hurt me the most were the tap lands. Agatha really wants to get moving quickly. Her strength is that she is cheating mana. And so every time that I had a tap land in hand, it actively stopped me from doing things that I wanted. And tap lands, totally fine to play. I don't have anything against tap lands, but I do have things against tap lands in this deck. We are trying to move fast. And we also don't have much of a top end. The cards that are more expensive, like, ended at like 5 or 6 mana. So I swapped in Copperline Gorge since it comes in untapped in the first couple turns. I swapped in Exotic Orchard, which is totally fine in a 2-color deck. I forgot, there's people that have done the math on it, but the likelihood that this creates a mana that is relevant to you early in the game is very high, and the likelihood that it produces the 2 colors of mana that you need by like turn 3 or 4 is also pretty high. And then I added 2 other utility lands that can come into play untapped. One is Fire Nation Palace. All you need is a basic land for it to come in untapped, which this deck is running a good number of. And then this deck really likes Firebending. That's mana that we can use for all of our activated stuff. So this is I think pretty free for this deck. And then Den of the Bugbear. This is the cute inclusion. So it comes in untapped earlier in the game. And then you can pay 4 to turn it into a creature and give it the ability, when it attacks, make a 1/1 red goblin that's tapped and attacking. But there is a little trick here. Does anybody know what the trick is with this card? Each time that you activate this ability, it adds another instance of make a goblin when you attack. And as soon as you turn it into the creature the first time, Agatha will reduce the activated ability for every additional time that you do it. So this is an army in a can. If you have nothing else, you can just drop Agatha, activate this, and then go, great. Activate, 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 swing, and make a board full of goblins. So, yeah. Okay, we have some cards. First, I'm going to talk, because Electman had a bunch of these cards in the considering section, so they were already thinking about some of these options. From considering, Drillworks Mole. This is, I think, incredibly underrated. Sure, it's not an incredible rate for what it does, but the fact that you can play it on turn 1 is really relevant. And Agatha, without any boost, already makes this 1 mana to activate. Mauled is wrong. Mauled is very wrong. Some of your best Agatha games will be Drillworks Mole on turn 1. Because there's 2 sides of how the Agatha deck works. Coming from someone that played it for a while. You have to have a balance of top end, like the invokers, like your monstrosity creatures, things with big, chunky activated abilities that you are hoping to get on the cheap because you've buffed up Agatha. And then you also need these creatures on that you can play early that don't need much of a reduction, but help you to get your game plan moving faster. And Drillworks Mole is incredible at that. And I don't blame Mold for missing that. Unless he's played an Agatha deck like considerably, and then in that case, it's 100% his fault and he's dumb. But from practice, this card, which doesn't look incredible, is fantastic. Rancor, also in the considering section. Yes, absolutely put this in for the same reason I was saying Drillworks Mole. You want early plays that are impactful, and what Rancor does is allows you to not feel bad about just jamming Agatha on turn 2 and playing this on her on turn 3, or doing that all on turn 3 because of Rancor getting itself back. Sometimes you don't want to commit a ton to your stuff early because if you suspect it might be a board wipe or something. Also, yes, it's an OG. Like this card has withstood the test of time as being just one of the best cards ever. Hello, Supreme Duck God. Hello, Mr. Maniacal. Yeah, I think this is very good for the deck because it's a buffer Agatha at any point for a decent rate. You're not worried about it hitting the graveyard because it comes back, and it then allows a lot of your monstrous creatures to be like threatening to players' life totals. Let's see what else was in there. Sylvanas' Invoker. Hello, Labman. This was also in the considering section. It is able to turn your lands into 8/8s with trample and haste. I think you run this. I really do. Agatha has got a lot of things you're trying to juggle because you're trying to buff up Agatha. You're trying to get creatures on the board with relevant abilities. And then the most likely way that you're killing players, at least with the way that this deck is built, is by having enough creatures to swing in with and then use some sort of activated ability to pump them up to lethal. This does a lot of that on its own. I think this is sometimes, like, this is better than some of the other invokers that are in the deck. So I'd be running it. I think those were all of the ones. Oh no, I missed a couple. Maybe they're in untagged. I think I actually, yep. These are the last two. Okay. The last two. Tyvar the Pummeler. This is also one from personal experience playing this in the Agatha deck. I think this was like one of the last things that happened before I took it apart. This card is incredibly efficient at what it does. For 3 mana, putting an activated ability that can end games on the board is really important. It's hard to remove. And it also sometimes is the catalyst that you need, because like 5 mana, that's payable. Let's say you just have Agatha and Tyvar. It is now Agatha has made this 4 mana. You activate it once. Agatha now reduces it down to 2. It's played really well for me. And then Giggling Skitterspike. I just love this card. I think this card is awesome. You don't have to take it on that recommendation alone. Like, does the deck need it? No. But if the theme is monstrosity and we're not running this, I don't know what we're doing. Plus, you do happen to have just a bunch of other cards in the deck that can target it. Like, it doesn't work with activated abilities, but like even just like Snakeskin Veil, triggering this and dealing damage to everybody. Like this just swinging. And then you have all of these other abilities that are able to pump it up. I think this is really, really great for this deck and just an awesome card all around. Oh, and you have a copy now? Perfect. Okay. Let's go over some of my other thoughts here. I really thought that this deck could use some more cheap ways to buff up Agatha early. I went with Scale Up, which I think is the most efficient way to make Agatha's power big. 1 mana, she's base 6. Because Agatha, you also want like, you want the surprise factor. You want it to be like, oh, okay, well, we got bigger things to deal with right now. There's not much you can do about, there's not much the Agatha player can do now. They only have so much mana. And then you're like, surprise, all my stuff's reduced by 6 for 1. I also had a Blossoming Defense. I think this could be anything. I think this could be Royal Treatment from Eldraine, or any of these types of effects. Royal Treatment actually might even be better because it gives a lasting boost with a Royal roll. But I like that Blossoming Defense. I think you just need more Snakeskin Veils. This deck is really hard. This deck has a really hard time if you destroy Agatha over and over again. So having some protection for her is really important. Yeah, the Royal Treatment might be more thematic as well. Yeah. Thanks, Mark doesn't tweet. And then the last one, Invigorate. Invigorate! This is such a good Invigorate deck. This costs you absolutely no mana for +4/+4. If you control a forest, you may have an opponent gain 3 life instead of paying Invigorate's mana cost. It is well worth the 3 life. It is well worth the 3 life. This is my kind of free spell. I think free spells are almost always appropriate for higher brackets. This one, I think, is an ideal bracket 2 free spell. I know that, like, for uncommons, the MDFCs can be a little bit pricey. I think this deck could play all of them in these colors. But if you were to pick just one, make it Bridgeworks Battle. It's removal, it's a buff, and, you know, it's an MDFC. Sometimes it is that untapped land that you need. But yeah. I think those were the only ones that I had that buffed specifically. Oh, and Hero's Blade. Hero's Blade. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, but this is a very good rate for getting to attach for free. It also allows you that, again, like this surprise factor. I mean, it's not really surprise, but like explosive factor of, okay, I play Hero's Blade, so now as soon as I cast Agatha, I'm going to get a big reduction. So it allows you a different angle of gameplay of, okay, I'm just going to put relevant pieces onto the board and hold back on the Agatha cast until I've got the setup that I want. And then I just go, cast Agatha, attach, all my stuff is reduced by 4, we're off to the races. But yeah. So yeah, Elect Man, all I was saying is my other buffs, Bridgeworks Battle, Hero's Blade. You should put all of the MDFCs in here, and I understand if they are a little pricey for uncommons, but all of them should be in this deck. But if you were just pick one, it's this one because it does a lot of stuff and is a buff. And Hero's Blade is excellent for this because it allows you a different angle of attack for Agatha. It's just like a really good rate for giving this buff and equipping for free. You just play this out early, you start developing with relevant pieces and hold back on Agatha, and then you can cast her and pop off all in one turn. Okay. Let's go on to some of the other stuff. In general, I don't think that this deck needs a lot of ramp. I believe I cut some of it, and well, I'll show you everything that I cut. But one that I added was Incubation Druid. This just synergizes well with the deck because it has an activated ability that allows you to make a bunch of mana. I think that's a good deal. Also, there are other ways in the deck to just like put counters onto it, so you can dodge the adapt cost altogether. Gorilla Shaman, I think can replace like one of your artifact removals or something. This again is a very impactful early play. Even just putting this down on the board on turn 1 will make players reconsider whether they are dropping their turn 1 Soul Ring. They should play it anyway. But it's so scary having your opening hand be like, all right, I've got all the rocks that I need. This is going to be a great game. And opponent plays Gorilla Shaman on turn 1, and you're like, yeah. This also is really funny with like treasures and clues and foods because it can shoot them for 1. So you just dump any spare mana that you have into this, and you really mess up the token players. So yeah, better use those right now. I like this guy. Professor Hojo is messed up. I love this card. You all know that I made this commander deck, and that its win rate is absurd. I'm considering if I can make it a fringe CEDH deck, and we're not going to get into that discussion right now, but that's how good I think this card is. This has the same interaction as Tawashi Guidebot, where the first activated ability you activate during your turn that targets a creature you control costs 2 less to activate, combined with Agatha's ability means you can reduce some stuff down to 0. It also plays really nice with Druidworks Mole. And then whenever one or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, you draw a card once each turn. But hey, that is 1 on each player's turn. Can I share the link for my Hojo deck? I need to update the list, but I can do that for you. I can do that for you right now. This, I think, is the type of draw engine that you want in a deck like this. Let me see. It's on this one, right? All right, there's the Hojo deck. Although you see, I've not updated it in 5 months. I'm sometime soon going to like update a bunch of the decks that I really like, with a lot of the new stuff that's come out. Thanks, Mark, and hello, Ice Prophet. Okay, yeah, card's excellent. The card is so good. I still am blown away that people have not caught on to how good this card is. An old classic. This was one of my favorite cards in my Agatha deck, Diviner's Wand. It's a wizard equipment. Oh, it means nothing in this deck. It gives the creature, when you draw a card, this creature gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn, and pay 4, draw a card. And importantly, it puts that ability on the creature so you can reduce that draw card ability using Agatha. And if you attach it to Agatha, you're also buffing her. Yeah. I felt like the deck could use a little bit more top end as well. Steel Hellkite here is very nice as like semi-targeted removal. That's it. Simple as that. Can also get a decent amount of damage in. And it's also the kind of like, it's not a straight up board wipe. So some players will help you with this card, where you're like, okay, we have to deal with, you know, what's his face. They've got a good board, and you're like, cool, I'm gonna play this Hellkite. Can you protect this? And I'll hit them next turn and blow their board up. Hello, Rob the Princess. I swapped out your draw cards equal to power with Lifestream's Blessing. This is another card that I'm really blown away that still is only $1, because this is the best card, period, of this effect. It's a huge upgrade to what were you running? Soul's Majesty. This card gets blown out by removal because you have to target one of your creatures and then they just go swords in response. And you're like, cool, I spent 5 mana for nothing. Lifestream Blessing checks what X is when you cast it, so it cannot be blown out by removal. You can also foretell it early in the game and then cast it for a little bit less and get a bunch of life gain out of it. It's so good. All right. And then I have the 2 last recommendations I have. One is mean, and one is if you feel like paying the money for it. I do think that life gain is pretty relevant for this deck because it does not run a lot of creatures that are good in combat until you can play activated abilities for cheap. So you actually are susceptible to taking a lot of combat damage earlier in the game. The Dominion Bracelet is, it's mean. It's mean, but like, wow, if there was ever a deck for this card. So you can play it and equip it for like practically nothing. 2 mana, play it, 1 mana, equip, and the equipped creature gets the ability to pay 15, exile it, and you control an opponent's turn. The ability costs X less to activate, or X is the creature's power. Stack that on top of Agatha's reduction ability, and you may be paying 3 mana to control a player's turn. So, like, depends on who you're playing with and what you like to do in a game. I think consider this. And then the one slightly pricier recommendation I have is The Legend of Roku. This is running like $10 to $15 right now, but it's card draw that you're looking for. And hey, if you flip it, you have a repeatable activated ability to make dragons with flying and fire breathing. Or fire bending. Fire breathing is a different thing. So, like, hopefully you opened some Avatar. Maybe you got lucky, pulled one of these. Or maybe it's within your budget. This is the kind of card advantage that you want in a deck like this. Like, would some of your other stuff have done fine? Sure. But when you get the double whammy of reasonable card advantage and a thing that synergizes with your deck, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. So those are my 22 recommendations. I did cut 22 lands, or cut 22 lands. No, Freudian slip in the first degree. I did cut 20 cards, and I think 2 lands. Here's what I cut. So, like I said before, I cut your tap lands. These hurt me every time that I played them. And the surveil lands are really good, but they jump like 3 tiers if you're running fetch lands, which this deck is not, and if you have any sort of graveyard relevant stuff in your deck, which this deck also doesn't do. I did cut the Utopia Sprawl. It's fine, but again, I don't think you need a lot of mana here for this deck. You could maybe trade this out for like a Llanowar Elves or something, since it does synergize with Magus of the Candelabra. But yeah, I just think you don't need that much ramp for a deck like this. I cut all of these, the Thrill of Possibility-esque cards, just because I think there are better ways to get the card advantage that you're looking for, especially like if you can put it on an activated ability. I cut the full suite of exile, cast from exile card advantage. I think this is not enough for this type of thing. Like, once you're at this point, then like lean in more, especially for something like Charred Foyer and Warp Space. And I'll be honest, I did not have much of a problem as I play tested this. And like we are replacing this with stuff like Legend of Roku, Diviner's Wand, Professor Hojo, which I think are all significantly better. I like this Invoker. Just, it's 1 mana cheaper than the others and still allows you to pose a lethal threat. I cut Illusionist Bracers. Does the card synergize with the deck? Most certainly. But the whole point of Agatha is that we're able to cheat the costs on expensive activated abilities. So oftentimes, Illusionist Bracers is actually costing more mana to get a second activation than it would have been to just pay the activation again. Now, the advantage this card does have over some others is that you can copy like tap abilities and stuff like that. But as far as I could tell, it's not actually worth it in this deck. Yes, we cut the pricey swords. We cut Chaos Warp. I think you can hit every relevant part of. I think you can hit every relevant like card type in the deck already. Creature, artifact, enchantment. Like, sure, I guess this hits lands, but we're in bracket 2. You shouldn't have to worry about that. And planeswalkers, we just punch them. So like this actually ends up being inefficient removal. I cut Flame Wave Invoker also. I think this is the worst Invoker in the deck. The rate is atrocious. And again, if we want to deal with planeswalkers, we just hit them in the face. I cut Increasing Savagery. I assume this is just here because we needed a way to buff up Agatha, and we have some other ways to do that. We don't need that much ramp. This was cut. Soul of Majesty was replaced with Lifestream's Blessing. Raised by Giants. It's too specific. Like it does give you like the Hero's Blade advantage of you can play this ahead of time and then play Agatha. But wow, does it feel bad to pay 6 mana for like nothing until you do it? Like it just played too wonky for me when I was trying this in my Agatha deck. If this could buff other things, I would like it better. Tell that to Mald, it was his idea. Like, I don't hate it. I can just tell you from experience that it does not play the way that you want it to. This could be any other thing that, like, buffs a thing big. Make it like Belt of Giant Strength or something. I believe my other 2 cuts were lands. Because this does not need to get much going. Like, it doesn't... You only need a couple lands to start doing stuff. And we're at 36 lands and 37 with the MDFC. That seems pretty good to me. Why not do the manual ad break like what Mald does? Because I'm not that prepared. I probably could start doing that. I just need to actually take the time and get the setup that I want for this stream. And this is like the first time in a while I've even been able to do it. Like, hopefully starting now, I'm actually weekly. And so once a little bit of time frees up, I can get my setup that I want. Because I also, on my old stream, had like a bunch of funny effects that I could do and different like camera stuff. And I could just like hit a button and move me out of the way of like cards and things. I just haven't had the time. Yeah. Okay, so this is the deck list now. This is how I see it. I play tested it a bunch afterward. Felt very good about it. Oh, I mentioned this before I was going through with Rhythm of the Wild. I don't know that this deck needs haste. I did struggle as I was doing some play tests on when I actually wanted to cast Rhythm of the Wild. Because the haste is not terribly relevant here. Like, haste is always good, but a lot of the time I felt like I just wanted this to be a bigger buff. So that would be a consideration. Like, I left it in. I think it does the job, but there is that. Let's hit him with a plate test. No 2-color mana. Mull. No lands at all. Mull. Okay, we'll keep this. So we can go draw, forest, birds, draw, mountain. Do we? I don't think we Agatha here. I mean, we got dorks, so might as well do it. It's turn 2. Draw. Turn 3. We'll play the orchard so I don't have to think about which side to put it on. Here, let's see. So if we play Agatha, we have 4 mana to adapt this. But if we play Svella, because what we have kind of run out of cards here. Why not Forge? Because I didn't think about it. I'm just kind of moving quick. I think you play out Svella here so that you're able to activate on the next turn since we're running out of relevant spells. So that's 3 mana. It leaves us with 3. We probably just abrade something. I don't know. You could probably play Agatha as well. Depends on whether or not you think there's a board wipe happening. And then here, sequencing or whatever, depending on when you play as Forge of Heroes, you can probably get a counter here. Then this activates for 6, which we can do. That's a pretty good hit. Bing. Okay. That seemed pretty smooth. All right, let's do one. This has no mana dorks at all. Because I think that's, there are not that many dorks in the deck. That was a weird starting draw. All right, we'll go Oran Reef. Draw, turn 2. Play a mountain. What's our turn 3 looking like? Rishkar? I think in that case you play out Agatha. Draw. Turn 3. We don't have a forest. We'll play this Castle Embreth. We'll play Rishkar. Add a counter. Add a counter. Draw. Here's our turn 4. I'll wait to play a land to figure out what I'm doing. 3, 4, 5 mana. I mean, you could just play O'Hare Castlem here. It's probably your best bet. You can overload a Vandal Blast. This is probably your safest bet. Get this Castle Garenbrig on the board. How do you feel about Ortheon? You could totally play Ortheon. Ortheon's cool. I don't know that we have a bunch. I don't think we have good targets for it. So I did not include it. But copies of things are copies of things. So it can only be so bad, right? So yeah, that's what I got for you. I love this commander. I think this is a good take on this deck. And yeah. All right. It's time to make some new decks. We're building PDH decks, Pauper Commander. Is it a good or bad thing that I need a flowchart 8% of the games I play with your Boris token deck? I think it's a bad thing if you don't actually have the flowchart. I think it's a good thing if you have the flowchart because that's cool and means that you're able to pilot it reasonably because you have the flowchart. So I'm going to do this because we did mess this up last time. Not too bad. We just did the wrong starting life total, I believe. Everything else is correct. Donkey, you have a laminated flow chart. That's incredible. I love that. Okay. So, okay, Commander, uncommon creature, vehicle, or spacecraft. Ooh, so this was changed since the last time that we played to include the vehicles and spacecrafts. I think, right? Your suggestion, Kara Goalkeeper, was actually played in our other game. We've done one game, and Kara Goalkeeper was in it. And then it is same deck size as Commander. And you can use any commons that have been printed at common outside of Arena. And then here's the thing that we missed. Rules. 30 starting life. Lethal commander damage is 16. Ban list is Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study, which are commons. Okay. Do they have Pauper Commander? Pauper EDH. Cool. Yeah, those were commons back in the day. Because Rhystic Study, especially in the context of 1v1 Magic, is hot garbage. Terrible. God-awful card. Okay, so let's see. You all are welcome to throw out some ideas if you'd like. I'm gonna be looking at. I want to see. Let's see. Rarity, uncommon, type. Oh, we need to make this type creature or type spacecraft or type vehicle. Right? Is it any must be an uncommon. Okay, cannot be a common. Okay. And then I want to do this by release date. Oh, I have to do minus reprints. Minus reprint. Oh, and I guess we got to go legal PDH. Does that work? Why minus reprints? Because I just want to look at the new. I want to look at new stuff because I know at least one of the commanders should be pretty new. Wait, why is it starting here? Legendary. Oh, that's the thing. It does not have to be legendary. Does not need to be legendary. How did this break it? Yeah, that's why we were able to do that's why we were able to do a bunch of commanders from the last game. I'm trying to remember who we played. Because I know it was Karu Goldkeeper was one. Simic Guildmage was one. Is Paper, does that... His paper was ignored. Yeah, it doesn't work. Just want to get the stupid alchemy cards out of here. Oh, my child, voracious tome skin. Oh. Oh, this card. Oh, I would be a menace with this. Yeah, what else did we play? What were the other two? Oh, Glaring Fleshraker was one. That deck was nasty. And Boros Reckoner, but uncommon. Boros Reckoner. Yeah, thank you, Alec, man. Yeah, I don't remember. It's like True Fire Captain or something. It's Boros, and when it takes damage, it throws the damage back. All right. So as I was building for the last pod, the dramatic difference for this format, aside from the obvious, like, the card pool, is board wipes don't exist. You're only playing with commons. You can't board wipe. So it lends some strength to like strategies that really want to commit to the board in ways that like regular commander kind of accounts for, because somebody will board wipe at some point. Okay. Let me see. You all did make some suggestions here. I forgot to take a look. The internet's being slow today. So let's see. Panda said Danitha. Oh, this one, ours and equipment cost one less to cast. Okay, I could consider. Oh wait, can I just there was one for Warden of the Eye. Enters, return target non-creature, non-land from graveyard to hand. And it puts you in Jessica colors. That's fun. Black and red have some reasonable board wipes, I think. They don't, because I looked. I did a bunch of searching because I was like, because I have designed a number of pods on the show, and board wipes are a very important part for both deck construction in general and for games that are made for content, because sometimes you need time for other decks to do interesting things. They really don't exist. I had to dig for I think this is the name. This is one of the ones that I found. Swirling Sandstorm is 5 damage each creature without flying, and you have to have Threshold. That is pretty much the only one in red. And then black has some like -2/-2s, but that's the most that you get. Hello, Mr. Waffles. Like they really don't exist. Did I see? Oh, did you miss it, Alec man? I literally just I just searched for it. That was my last search here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's see, Corpse Appraiser. I like that. That's the tutor to your graveyard. Oh, Sprouting Thrinax. That's an old favorite. And Veteran Beast Rider is the activated ability one. Sort of strategy are we not interested in doing? I don't know. I think for the most part, working with only commons, there's only so like absurd we can get. So I don't think I'm ruling anything out. Me personally, I really like this. Oh, Beast Rider's the untap. Yeah. Fire Navy Trebuchet. Ooh. Cactus Volk Sure Shot, I think, is very good. Ooh, this Reaping Willow also has been really strong. Like repeatable, bring stuff back. I don't know if there's enough -1/-1 counter stuff in only commons though to make a deck work. Actually, I think I need this to be My internet is slow today. Yeah, is the stream coming in okay? Oh, it's a Scryfall thing. A Beam Splitter Mage, now you're talking. Beam Splitter Mage is kind of sick. Okay. So 100 of these. But are there enough in just white and black? Yeah, you could make it work. I don't know that it'd be great. Because a lot of these are like not putting them on your own stuff too. All right, so Beam Splitter Mage. Let's talk Beam Splitter Mage. Not Bream. When you cast an instant sorcery that targets only Beam Splitter Mage, if you control one or more other creatures it could target, you choose one and copy it and target that creature. That is a front runner. Love that guy. I'm gonna say Voracious Tome Skimmer also because that seems fun. Deep Channel Duelist. Merfolk. It's pretty straightforward. Sonic Shrieker is pretty cool. Not see the comment. Yeah, it's already typed. I can see goblins. I know it would make Nerd Girl very, very happy if I built a goblins. Because I think I know that I want one of them to be from a recent set, like past couple sets. Bone Karen Butcher, I do like that. Yeah, I like the idea of a vehicle or a spacecraft. We should take a look at that. Just gonna like do another quick scroll to see if something jumps out at me as interesting. Any color pairings I don't want? Nope. But usually I try to balance the whole thing. So every color should be represented across all 4 decks. It doesn't have to be like perfectly balanced, but ideally every color is represented at least. Oh God. Oh God. I don't know if you all saw my video on Longshot Rebel Bowman, but it did cause this card's price to jump up significantly. Oh no. I'm just like, do I want to subject our editors or possibly me to Mono Red Storm? This deck would be cool as hell. But I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can bring myself to do it. I'm gonna add this to the list. Oh my god, that deck would be sick. Hmm. Oh, one of I am planning. I made a video about this a little while ago. I'm going to actually build the Duke Rebel Sentry as a regular commander deck. But I don't know if I have enough that I want with. Can we do anything funny with Reaping Willow? What was Reaping Willow? Was that something here or? Oh yeah, I was looking at this because I just did a search on if there were enough cards to support the archetype, and I'm not confident. I do really like this card. It has won me many Lorwyn games, but I don't think it's got quite enough support. Um Sergeant Balko, don't quote Spy Kids at me. You don't have to remove a -1/-1 counter. You can remove a +1/+1. That's true. That is true. That is true. I could revisit that. Oh, Longfang. Longfang Basking Brood Scale combo deck. What? Caro goalkeeper work? Oh, it's very good. We played it in the first pod, so that's the only reason I would not build it now. Man, that's kind of sick. Ooh, or Daily Agents. Earthbend 1. When it attacks, each opponent loses X life and you gain X, where X is the number of creatures you control with counters on them. Is that cooler than Longfang? Because like this lends itself more to combo, and this is just like, I'm just gonna play creatures. I'm gonna drain you out. God, Ashnod's Altar, yeah. Yeah, because I think Ashnod's was in the Glaring Flesh Raker deck that we played on the first one. Haru Allies, maybe? Yeah, Arabella. Arabella is a deck you can play. Yeah, here, I think this might be helpful, because I want to say they have a like list of the most popular commanders. Just don't remember how to do it. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, like, so here's a lot of the more popular ones, like Arabella very high up there. Because I think the perfect mix of commanders for me will be one very new one older obscure one that is an actual popular PDH commander, and then a fourth one. Yeah. All right, Shure was printed at Uncommon. Maybe we do Quasar. Surprising number of people love Quasar. It's a lot of triggers. Torwalkie would also be a good time. Curse Wombat, yeah. All right, we'll come back to this. Just let's see. You could War Balloon. Yeah, I do need to remember to look at the vehicles and spacecraft options. Low and Lee twin tutors. I wonder if you could like do a secret commander something. Xenic Poltergeist. I feel like I just talked about this card. Oh yeah, because this is like, yeah, I did just talk about this. I did just make a video on this. I would consider it. That definitely fits the bill of old obscure. Yeah. Yeah, Fire Navy Trebuchet is cute. Judy. Judy. That might have to be it. Also, Balko, is it a card in Magic? I probably made a video on it. Oh my god, the Judy deck. I really like that idea. I think that's got to be one. Like it just makes that concept makes me very happy. Okay. Oh yeah, Spider-Man had some stuff. Oof, a Wraith. That would be nasty. Can we fit a Bastion Capybara in? It's not legendary. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Your commander does not have to be legendary in PDH. We could definitely fit one in. Man. Yeah, Wraith would be super nasty. The supportive parents deck. The supportive parents deck, the deck that so many of us wanted, and instead we just got into Magic. No, I could do my Green Goblin Revenant deck. I built a budget version of this. It was not PDH, but man, this card slaps. Yeah, Green Goblin Revenant is so good. So good. Enough blink or flicker in PDH to make it playable archetype. I'm sure it must be. Like Soul Herder is a top contender here. Because like Ephemerate is a common, Cloud Shift is a common. There's definitely enough. There's definitely enough blink. Yeah, Lagrella. Chameleon would be cool. I could make baby Danny Pink with Lila holographic assistant. I think that would be not very good with only commons. Okay, right. And now we've gotten to Edge of Eternities. I do think if we could do a spacecraft or a vehicle, that would be cool. Oh, whenever a non-token artifact creature you control does combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. Ooh. The colorless deck I think won last time. Huh. Huh. That is tempting. I think my instinct is it's not, because you can't do poison otherwise without your commander on board. Tanic I feel like would be really good. Copperacti Sunborn, not something. I think I was considering it for my other one. Is that the Discover doubler? All right, so we're getting to the spacecrafts. Any that are interesting enough to make. Oh, it's the attack to the. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was one I was considering last time when building the pod. Let's see. None of these spacecraft are interesting. Like, not interesting enough for a commander, I don't think. Oh, this one maybe, though. Rescue Skiff enters return creature or enchantment from graveyard to battlefield. I think I'm probably going to avoid a colorless deck this time since we did one on the last one. I think if we had to do a spacecraft, it would be you. All right, and the last set I think I'm going to look at is Final Fantasy because there were some banger uncommons in this set. We could do, ooh, like Zidane? That would be a cool one. Ultimisia extra turn. Yeah, Rufus. Let's see. Battery Bearer. I don't remember that one. Guru Batik, I think, is too narrow because I don't think you have enough lessons for a commander deck in those colors. Lily Splash Mentor would be sick. That's definitely a consideration. Oblivious Bookworm. Rangers Ether Hive. We'll take a look. Tatiova. I mean, yeah. I think this is an option. Shantoto. The Shantoto. This card is very good. It was so good in. Can run any number, and is it? I mean, the only one is dragon, dragon something, dragon, whatever the dragon one is. Yeah, you all know. You got it. Oh, Garnet. Garnet would be a cool one. Remove a lore counter from any number of sagas you control, but we're only common sagas. All right, okay, so I need to. So many Scryfalls open, but I'm gonna forget about these. Dragon's Approach, thank you. Type saga. Ooh. I don't think we're making that one. Definitely thought there would be more. Yeah, I do think Garland's a pretty good one. But I think if I'm going to do non-creature spell stuff, I'm going to do Black Waltz or I'm going to do Long Shot. It's funny, if you do Sid, you can't run any more Sids. Ever Palamecia also very strong. You can't run any more Sids because Sid is uncommon. The only uncommon in your deck is your commander. There's definitely some other ones here that would be cool. Diamond Weapon is uncommon, yeah. We could Diamond Weapon. Fray of Ultron. I consider it. I think the deck would be pretty solid. Okay, and then yeah, these were. I think we actually made the first Pauper game right after Tarkir because we did do Kara Goldkeeper, but we did it before Final Fantasy was out. Okay. I think I really want to do Judy. Like this just seems like this I think is super interesting as a deck. And so I think that then eliminates any other mono black ones. It's the only other mono black. I think okay, if I do like these because they are Is It Spellslinger, but specifically rewarding you for casting bigger things. I could do the long shot thing. I think this deck would be crazy. What we've got 2 Rakdos options. I mean, like, goblins probably have... If we do white, we can put Tempest Hawk in. Yes, we can, but... Spoilers, there will be a Tempest Hawk deck. No, we already recorded a game with a Tempest Hawk deck. There's a lot of goblins to pick from. Oh my god, Goblin Matron's a common! Skirk Prospector, common! The goblin deck would be kind of messed up. I think it would be good. Oh, not set review. Goblin deck would be very fun. We have not done a goblin deck for a long time. Frog Tosser Banneret. Common. Yeah. Vega the Watcher or Wrangler the Damned I like out of that. Probably, actually, no, Vega the Watcher, because the Wrangler's only triggering... Wrangler's a lot better in 1v1. And Vega would be a pretty different deck from some of these other ones that we're doing. I think this is cute, but not interesting enough. Because all of your good targets are not going to be commons for this. So what about... vehicles? Oh, right. There's some interesting vehicles. Plow deck. Oh man, I kind of want to make the Colossal Plow deck. Yeah, I wish the Guidelight didn't cost so much. Just like a 6-mana commander to tutor something for 2 to the board. Plow is not white, but it's white color identity. I don't know. I don't think that this could hang is the problem. Heir apparent. That's a common though, right? You can't put it in command zone. You can make the deck. Yeah, colorless, colorless. It's hard enough to build the decks. Yeah, Aether Hive, it's just not enough exhaust. The prototype, maybe. I would give this consideration. I think it's a good vehicle that you could make a deck around. Okay. Yeah, so I don't think there's much to go off as far as vehicles. The plow deck would be funny, but I don't know that we could actually make it work. I think prototype is probably the best option because then you can lean into like vehicles in general. War balloon, yeah. I think if I'm making mono red, I might as well do long shot. All right. I think Tome Skimmer is like, it's good, but I don't know if it's interesting. Like, I would want to play this deck, but I don't know that it's super interesting. I should move Beam Splitter close to the other Is It ones. All right, I'm going to start here. Long shot I think will be incredible. But I'm almost positive I want to build the Judy deck. So I'm going to start there, and then hopefully that'll give us some ideas. Okay. Oh, you all made some great suggestions. Like, I'm not only building one deck, but this is the one that I know that I'm going to build. So I'm just going to start there, and then I can kind of build the pod around that. So let's see. I do want to see, is anybody building this in this? Because I'm not too proud. I'll use some other people's work. You're cool to keep vomiting out suggestions. My focus will be on building this deck first, though. So if you have some that you're like particularly you think are really good, save those for after. All right, I'm gonna move this over to my other screen. Okay, so we want stuff that we can sacrifice to Judy. I definitely want to mutate onto her. Man, internet's being funky today. Freebooter and Oh, the skeleton there. Can't mutate on. No! We'll figure something out. What's the skeleton? The skeleton from Forgotten Realms. Shambling something. Not reassembling, but reassembling would also be very good. Because I think it's shambling gassed. Because reassembling, has reassembling been, yeah, it's not been printed at common. We can sacrifice creatures and enchantment, or creatures and artifacts. Persistent specimen. Oh, that's the, yeah, it comes back for like 3, right? There's better versions of this, right? I don't remember what the requirement for this. Control a legendary creature. Well, we don't have that. Okay. So we make a bunch of copies of Judy. What do we do with this? We also have a lot of Surveil. How can we modify Judy in a copyable way? Oh, neither of these work. And then, like, what do we do once we've created a bunch of these? What's the plan? What's the plan for this deck? Just got to be aristocrats. I mean, yeah, but like, what are our options in mono black commons? That's, I think, where my struggle is. Yeah, how are we converting this into win game? Cantrip and sack fodder. Yeah, I think we'll have plenty of options for things like that. Forgot. That's a common. That's a common. Yeah, we could put a couple of the return to battlefield stuff. But what? I need like I need the direction for this. Cuz like yeah, we have some general like aristocraty stuff, but like not a lot that converts off of it in the same way that non-PDH decks could. Like what's our main strategy? Yeah, it's like all of the good payoffs are uncommon or higher. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely purple pentapus. Yeah, is there like do we have like a black overrun? All right, so we're going to do a little searchy here. First, I want to see. Oh. Oh, Heirloom Auntie is very good for this. Additional Surveil and is really a 4/4 for 3. I don't think I really care about any of these. Oh, yeah. This card, right. Whenever a creature dies. But yeah. Yeah, Life with Luke, that's the thing. Is like I have to do those two separate searches because whenever a creature dies, dodges the whenever a creature you control dies stuff. But all right, so we get at that. Now we need creatures you control. A Cursed Marauder, yeah, but a Cursed Marauder specifies non-token, so we have to sack our original Judy, which we're probably fine to do. And then I guess we have everything else that we put in the deck too. Skyshaper. Could work. 1 mana, creatures you control get +1/+0. What a weird effect in black. Or you can sack Curse Marauder, yeah. Gotta say, these are not great options. What about number of creatures? Vicious Betrayal. Sacrifice everything. Get +2 for each one. It's so bad. It's such a terrible card. Nightblade Brigade. Is that like mobilize? Yeah, that works. Drown in Sorrow. Oh yeah. Yes, that's the thing. I didn't count this as board wipe because I counted the Swirling Sandstorm as a board wipe because 5 damage will like clear almost everything. -2. I don't think this does anything. And it actually ruins our life. Yeah, Dirge of Dread. Now there we go. That's all of our stuff gains fear, or we can fear one thing. Vehicles for duties. I don't know. I'm actually kind of up on the Prodigy's prototype suggestion. I think a vehicles one is fun, especially since that's a card that like has not been explored. Oh, there is a common payoff for this. Mirkwood Bass. Oh, overwhelming remorse. I like that. If I could spell overwhelming. Yeah, because that's the other thing is we are going to be putting a lot of stuff into the graveyard. So like maybe there's because I put the dread return in there as an option too. Maybe I should be looking at like creature like the big creatures that get cheap for graveyard stuff. Oh, so feed the swarm for sure. Oh, beam saw. Yeah, right. That because that ramps. We were not gonna have a lot of that in mono black commons. Salvage slasher? What are you? One for each artifact card in your graveyard. Could see it. Yeah, it does make a lander. Yeah. Okay, now we're talking. Speaking of common mono black ramp, Wayfarer's Bauble, double purpose. If we need a land, it can be a land. Or we just sack it to Judy. What was I just thinking about? Chat, what was the thought that was just in my head? I have to take the S off so it catches number of creature cards. Enters X damage, but that's so expensive. Target creature gains menace and plus X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. That might be playable. X plus O, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, also might be playable. Is Gurmag one of the ones that cares about graveyard stuff? Delve. It's a consideration for sure. Death's Approach. What are you? Oh, we just look at this. Yeah, but it's in its controller's graveyard. Sad. Explorer's Scope. Yeah. I guess, like, this deck just doesn't want to go to combat much. It just wants to sit there and keep making Judies. Yes. Okay, yes. This is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Yeah, Nurgle, I thought you would like this. I wanted to do a newer card, and I'm like, This is a cool commander. This is very cool as a commander. Songs of the Damned is a common. Oh my god. Oh my god. Songs of the Damned is a common. Add a black for each creature card in your graveyard. Well, I'm putting that in. God. Gruesome Fate seems good. Creature in opponent's graveyards, no. Lot left giant. Yeah. All right. We're figuring out how this deck functions. This is probably playable. Yeah, this is like a win condition in a lot of Pauper decks, right? Like non-commander Pauper. Oh, Driver. Yeah, that's some good value. Bring back a 2 cost, of which we should have a lot. Initiative and Monarch. But see, here's the thing. Are those going to be good in this deck? Because the Pauper Initiative cards are Pauper, or Initiative and Monarch cards are Pauper Stables because they are super busted in 1v1. But are we able to defend Initiative and Monarch well? Because we are a sacrifice deck, but our main source of sacrifice is at sorcery speed. I have to think about it. Arcane Signet was printed at common, right? Or has it always been an uncommon? First printing, I think, was a common. Yeah. Or like all of the pre-con ones, yeah. I'm actually worried about the Angler because I don't think you want to. We'll come back to you. Oh yeah. I'm okay with the Charcoal Diamond here because like you don't have a lot of ways to ramp in this, and and the bad part about these cards is when you draw them late, they're usually terrible. But Judy can just eat one to make a new Judy, so I like that. Okay. This is looking pretty good. Alan, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, wait, is this... This has a common printing. Probably in Commander. Yep, Masters. That's huge. Just like tossing a couple more sacrifice fodder creatures in. Does RMN have a place in this deck? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, what like... Because, like, our sack outlet is in the command zone. Do we have a more efficient way to get card draw then? Yeah, man. Search is struggling today. I think I'm... I mean, we're just sacking for cards, right? He's pretty strong. What does the top end look like in this deck? Yeah, Living Weapon, pretty decent. Oh, yeah, of course, Troll. Good call. Good call. Very, very good for this. I wonder, do I just put this in, like... Like, it's a terrible card, but it maybe does what we're looking for here. So, each opponent sacrifices an enchantment. We're mono black. There's, like, practically no way to deal with enchantments anyway. And, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. That's kind of evasion. Was Kite and Gravestalker a common? Sure is. Why didn't it show up in my search? And or creature card in your graveyard, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, definitely Chromatic Star, because Star has two separate abilities. When it's put in a graveyard, you draw a card. The Sphere is a little less useful because it's all tied into one ability. So if you sack it to Judy, you don't get the card draw. Do we run Exhume? I think if we can find more stuff, the Exhume is maybe playable. But I feel like we need more top end. Oh yeah, I do have Feed the Swarm in. As our only other way to deal with enchantments. I think I should just be running like Village Rites and Corrupted something Conviction. Because we're always gonna have fodder for those. Oh yeah, Dark Ritual. For sure. I think we need more removal. Yeah, I've got Dispute in there. And Fanatical Offering. Dire Sight is just draw, though, right? I don't think I like this card. Yeah. Bleh. Dire Sight is draw, but I don't... It's 3 mana. You look at a decent number of cards, but I'd rather just pay 1 and draw 2. And both Deadly Dispute and Fanatical Offering also create treasure or artifact tokens. So I like those much better. Oh, you know what? If we're looking at those, how about this? Foreboding Fruit. It's 3 mana, draw 2. But you also make a food because we're certainly paying 3 black for this. Discerning Taste. What? Oh, okay. That's fine. Because I'm not that worried about just straight up card draw, because we're going to be surveilling so much with this deck that you're almost always going to draw something relevant. Destroy target creature that has the least power or is tied for least power among creatures in play. That's funny. I don't think we want that here. There we go. Removal. That's also making tokens. That seems yeah, this seems good. Make a treasure if a creature died this turn. Oh, how are we going to make a creature die? I don't know. Yeah, like what's good removal at common? Baked in a Pie is a common. That probably is that. I think that's a good choice. Oh, there's a common Go for the Throat. Wow. Snuff out is a common. Ooh, bone shards. I guess we're not worried about planeswalkers, right? Yeah, breather last is fine. Yeah, snuff out common. Oops. A cast down is funny because normally this is not good for commander, but here it might be. We have June. I have not put June in this deck. I'd also love to get some more graveyard relevant stuff. Oh yeah, we've got Remorse in there. Oh, Derision also kind of like Bake into a Pie, 4 mana, but you make a token. Destroy creature, make 2 treasures. Oh, Ghastly Demise. Destroy target non-black creature if its toughness is less than or equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. Beautiful. Hello, Etria. That exactly what we're looking for. Oh, this is better than the Beholder, right? Ghastly Death Tyrant. Spin out? It's got to be an Ether Drift card, right? No, I see what you're saying. No. We're not here to tech against the other decks in the pod. But it's funny. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we probably run Go for the Throat. Is there a sack exile? We should probably run that too as an option. Right, there should be. I just don't, yeah, there's so many versions of it. I don't remember which one is. There should be a 1 mana, sack a creature, exile a thing. Oh, of course I'm not finding it here because I'm not searching exile. Wow. Wow. Eaten alive. There it is. Or worthy cost. Slightly worse. Okay. I think this works. We now trim a little bit and put some lands in here. Worthy cost, I assume, is what you're asking. It's like, what, barely worse, because this is only an option to sack a creature, and this is sack a creature or pay 4. So like the tiniest of change, but this is pretty bad. But I guess it's just like, that's the deck, right? Where these are not going to be incredible. They're just going to be solid, and we got to be okay with solid. All right, this is probably too much. I don't know. This is maybe not quite. This is a lot of removal. Like, this is probably good at initiative stuff, I guess. I think this is just bad. Because, like, it should be good at putting creatures in the way. Tortured Existence is coming. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oh, God. Does this want Tortured Existence? I mean, like, who doesn't want Tortured Existence? But our creature count is actually kind of low. I think I actually want to replace these living weapons. Living weapons. Because if they can just be creature bodies, then that's better for some of the other cards. All right, I'm gonna toss some lands in this and test it and see what we're feeling. What lands go in this? Do we have any common, like, utility lands that would be good here? We have, like, Witch's Cottage. But like, what other lands? Do we care about Meyer here? Probably, yeah. Because like getting like Lotleth Giant back or Gray Merchant, I think is very important for this deck to do something. Cycle lands are pretty much all common. Yeah, like maybe we go with the black 1-mana cycler, Baron Moore. But I don't know what else here does relevant stuff. Oh, you know what? We definitely do Vault of Whispers because, sure, excuse me. Sure, in regular Commander, like artifact board wipes and stuff are going to be more prevalent, but Vault of Whispers is much less likely to get shot in Pauper Commander, and then we can use it as a sacrifice later. Snow covered lands are common. Yeah. I'm generally not doing snow covereds unless we need to. Also because then it means we have to get enough snow covered lands to make the deck. And I'm trying to avoid lands that don't produce black unless they're really good, because we want to be able to use that Judy ability as much as we can. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find anything else that's useful for this. I don't think we'll need a mana dump for this deck. I think we'll have plenty of things to spend mana on. Just a matter of getting to the things that are like useful. Whoa, whoa, what was that? What the heck? Scryfall is having a time right now. It like automatically randomed me. Oh, is the R button stuck? What's going on? Interesting. All right, do we have any other non-basics? There just aren't that many. All right, I just want to see what does this look like? What does this deck look like? Draw. Sack fodder. Draw. This is probably just play Judy. Draw. So we can already start that up. Or we can get an Undercity Scrounger on board, which seems strong. I think at this point I'm not losing the opportunity to Judy. So we'll sack this. We surveil one. That seems good. We leave that on the top. We make a Judy, copy. Then we have 2 mana left. Probably just play out what we can. Then we draw. Play this. I think we exile the Ichor Drinker. We make a Judy copy. Could put Scrounger out. This looks pretty good because now we have 2 draw 2s in our hand. I'd be happy with that. We had no interaction the entire time, but whatever. Turn 2. There's Judy. Draw. Turn 3. We can play one of these. Make a Judy copy. I guess this is pretty bad for Surveil now that I think about it. I don't think this deck cares about wanting basics. And I think this deck is fine with a little less land. Opens 2 spots up. I think this is working, though. I think this is working. I'm thinking maybe I want these in here. Brain Spoil tutors for Gray Merchant. Houseguard tutors for Mirkwood Bats. Or for Dread Return. Yeah, we'll give it this. Ghost Form, Ghost Form will be fine, or any of those effects that bring creatures back, but I don't think this deck really needs it. Because like those cards are much better when you can use them on a large creature, and we don't have those. I think that's the idea here. Not like control / aristocrats like grind value with the option to like swing out on somebody. It's funky. The deck is kind of weird. So this is making 1/1. This is making treasures. Okay. I think this is not good. We have a lot of removal. How about corrupt? What a classic. I think it's been crept though, right? There just is better. Can you get it for like 2 mana now? Yeah. OG can dome, sure, but in Commander, it doing 1 player for like 7. Yeah, what's the other? It's like something corruption. Real, right? What am I thinking of? Isn't there two black mana do something equal to swamps? Tendrils is the 4 mana one, right? Yeah, this is the 4 mana one. I think it was crept again in like one of the Modern Horizons. Consume. Oh, it's uncommon. There it is. That's what it is. Yeah, I don't think this needs more removal. I think it's pretty good on removal. This is. I don't know if this is enough. I don't think this is enough. Do we really think we're gonna have that many creatures? I don't know. Do we know what all 4 decks are? No, we started off with Judy, and then I wanted to see how this deck looked, and then we'll move from there. All right, well, this is at 101, but I think it does what we want. Land. Judy. Land. So here we can go. That's dirty. Tithing Blade. Each opponent sacks a creature, and then sack it to Judy. We surveil our 1. Drive of the Dead. I think we want that. So we draw on this turn. Do we want this? It's good value, but we already... I think actually no. Yeah, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Turn 1. Fodder. Turn 2. Judy. Turn 3. Yeah. I mean, I think this works. So we're gonna leave this as it is for now. I think that's list 1. And I'll make one more cut sometime later, which means I'll definitely forget until we are putting the decks together. Okay. We've got Judy. I do think we'll be checking the next list now. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I think I just need a snack. Okay. Just made a quick sandwich. Okay. I'm ready. But it's easier for me to process them if you cut them down to like just your top ones. Oh, for a second I was like, Vial Smasher, that's a rare. No, it's a Vial Smasher that uncommon from OTJ. Mirror Shield Hoplite is double backups. I don't think there's enough backup in Sun Warrior would be pretty solid. Or like Azure Oddsmaker. It's a very cool idea. Or like Junkyard Genius. That's like also sacrificing artifacts, right? So I probably will stay away from that. I think I'm going to eliminate Boggart Curse Crafter because it'll be too close to what we built already. Currently, I'm looking to fill some of the other colors. So we're looking at non-black. I really like the idea of Prodigy's prototype since it was only recently that there was the change to the rules to allow for this to be the commander. Or like an Izzity deck with like Beam Splitter, Mage, or Shantoto. Or maybe Emperor Palamecia. I should do a search on this. This is what's important. Wow. How much like support do we actually have for this? Ink Fathom Witch is pretty cool, but that's like just unblockable, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's unblockable stuff though. I'm thinking Infiltrator. We probably wouldn't do Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper since we've already got an Avatar deck. Tygam, was it uncommon? Yeah. Commando Masters. But again, we're probably staying away from black for the moment because I want to fill other colors before I head into that. Oh, Golden Tail. That would be nice. I think this was a Nerd Girl preview card. Mm-hmm. Oh, yep. She's still there, making sure that I'm working. I think this is reasonable. Pharmacist Judge, hello. Yeah, Wayfaring Temple is cool, but our first commander is already like the whole thing is, hey, we're gonna make copies of this token. I don't know. I think this is where I'm at. I think either Prodigy's prototype or an Is It like bigger Spellslinger deck. The Beam Splitter Mage is cool. Or Shantoto or Emperor Palamecia. I think that's where I'm at. Now the deck wouldn't have to have a ton of vehicle-y stuff since we have one in the command zone. So what does this deck get to do if this is our commander? One or more vehicles you control attack. So we're not like spamming pilots. We get one per turn. But it does mean that we still really want to lean into vehicles. There are definitely a couple that are common, but I don't know that they make color. I'm not sure they make colored mana. Oh. Oh, okay. We have this many. We have 8. How many of these vehicles would I actually run? And is there a better color to be in for common vehicles? Yeah, Stonehenge, you have the right idea. Because maybe we swap colors to do vehicles. But then, like, if we're not putting him in the command zone, what's the point? Mounts are just organic vehicles. I wish, like, obviously, we know why it couldn't be, but this would make this a lot easier if this was if this made pilots that could also mount as if they're power to a raider or saddle, you know. But I think the sad reality here is that the support does not exist. Because, like, what do we get out of playing vehicles in this? Yeah, you all are missing my point. We don't need to make a deck that is based around vehicles. The only reason to make the vehicle deck is that it's not something that you could do at all until recently because of the rules change, and plenty of people have explored that in Commander, but I don't know how many people have looked into it for Pauper Commander. Rob the Princess, I would want to take that like a step further, and its ability is all creatures saddle this. all creatures saddle this creature. Which actually be pretty strong because then you tap them out, but yeah, maybe we do go with is it spells and just let the vehicle thing simmer for a little bit. Okay. Mm. The beam splitter mage is kind of cool. This can also be long shot. I'm just worried that this deck just blows all of the other decks out of the water. Yeah. Okay. So then I think we're pretty settled on like an is it deck along with Judy, which means the colors that we have left are black and green. We already have an avatar one though. We just have to make sure yes, white and green. Sorry, white and green. We are not doing you. White and green. But we also have 2 slots to figure that out with. Cuz like this would be pretty drastically different. And this could be our Final Fantasy representative, and then we do Beam Splitter Mage, and then we find like some old green card. Because this would get to run all of like the common Actitresion effects. I want the plow to work. I want the plow to work. Can what will we do with this? Because like this is on the level of I will make it work if it possibly can. How many things do we have that can crew this? Crew 6. Oh, it's got to be. I got to put the rarity in. Okay. Great. That's helpful. Because we have obviously the ox. And we can like cheat it a little bit, but I think that's already a problem if we don't have anything that does it. Because there's like a couple artifacts that can animate it. But yeah, I think that means there's not enough. Sorry, plow. Right? I don't know. I it's got to be doable. It's got to be doable. I want it. Pharmacist Judge. No, I want Colossal Plow as my commander in PDH. So we'd be in mono white. But I think you have to be able to start plowing early, or it's not. It's no fun. Because, like, let's say on turn 1, you can probably play a 2-power creature. You play Plow on turn 2, and then on turn 3, you need a 4-power creature to be able to start plowing. And that's doable. And then what do we do once we get to plowing? That's the thing. Oh yeah, the important part. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. Sorry, Plow. Interference Ace, yeah, and not much else. Yep. I mean, and of course the Ox that can crew it immediately. All right, the Beam Splitter Mage is hot. Let's do this. Okay. Beam Splitter Mage. This is a good time. All right, so we want lots of cheap spells at target. And what is there Magecraft? What common Magecraft? Wow. Well, okay, never mind there. Mystic's okay, but it doesn't get the benefit from the copies. I guess we don't complain, right? Oh, Sapphire Charm. I don't remember what all the modes on this are. If I could spell. Draw next upkeep, opponent phases out, or creature gains flying. Sure. Oh, if we're going old school, I used to play this card a lot. Shadow Rift. Creature gains shadow and draw. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what's a common? Boom. +1 for each card you draw on this turn. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think. Yeah, we're like we stuffed this thing full of dumb little cantrips. Kiln Fiend, classic. Yeah. Oh, we're leaping. We're leaping. Oh, I played the crap out of this card too. We Dragonauts originally was a common. Oh yeah, slip through space. What deck are you playing, Pharmacist Judge? Fervent Strike. What are you? +1/+0 against first strike and haste? Maybe. Essence Flux for the infinite? I don't. Am I missing something? I don't think this works, right? So you target Beam Splitter. It then copies it to another creature. You blink the other creature. You blink Beam Splitter Mage. Oh, okay, okay. Like, still, this is still not the worst. Like, if we have a lot of ETBs or something, then this gets really good. Yeah, we like these that are making treasures, because then this pays for itself if it's getting copied. Glimpse the Impossible. Does this target? Because it's this thing, right? Yeah, this is a target. The card's good, and the art's great, but this isn't target. Classic Flame Breathers, $5. This has really not gotten. This has gotten reprints, hasn't it? Oh, I guess not. Not that many. Okay. Oh my god. Has Gutter Snipe gotten a common printing? When? Commander Masters, like everything. Well, all right. I guess we're cooking now. That is. Huh? Oh yeah. Well, we're killing fiending. Oh, that's not what I want. Swift Spear, that's a common. This got banned, right? And in this case, Goblin Electromancer, I think, is the actual best version of this thing that we could run in this deck. It still blows my mind that anybody is playing this in a deck they're trying to like make good outside of Pauper, because there are so many better versions of this effect now, but not for this. Oh, Ornithopter Paradise should probably have been in the other deck too. I don't think this deck wants Ornithopter Paradise. Run Ashore? Sounds like an Ixalan Merfolk card. Choose one or both. Target, owner of target puts it on the top or bottom of the library. Return target non land permanent as hand. Oh. Yeah, but it doesn't quite work right because it only triggers Beam Splitter if it's only targeting the Beam Splitter. Unruly Catapult? What is Unruly Catapult? Are we flinging the Kiln Fiend? Oh, yeah. Won't like the last question. Mirrors 7. It's just a tapper creatures float 1,000,000 mana and dump it into an X spell that kills people. I don't know that we're gonna get because I don't mind that plan, but I don't know that we're gonna get commons that untap more than one creature enough, like at a good enough rate to actually net mana in that way. Hey, Cosmic Kami, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm definitely down to run Ophidian Eye. That's cool. Your last suggestion? Yeah, I think you missed my response to it. Yes, that I don't think we are going to. I don't think we get good enough spells that can untap enough stuff for a good enough rate to actually net mana that way. There's a beater. +3/+0 for an instant or sorcery. Saretha, we're building a Pauper Commander deck for Beam Splitter Mage. So we can only put commons in this deck, and this is our commander. Search is struggling. Oh, Erebor Flamesmith. Yes, we do need it. We'll take as many pingers as we can get. Crypsis? What is Crypsis? Crypsis. While I wait for the search. There we go. Crypsis. Target creature you control gains protection from creatures your opponents. That's funny. I will consider this. The problem that I see with it is that we probably get a better rate because if we're trying to make our stuff unblockable, we probably get a better rate on just like flying or actual unblockable. It does give us like a blocker, but this deck I don't think wants to hold up a ton of mana to maybe stop one attacker. Good night, Elect Man. Thanks again for submitting your deck. Don't forget to tell Maul that he's wrong. I think we do want some stuff, like a couple options for hexproof. And I like the ones that untap. Witch's Mark? Witch's Mark would be fine. Because that's cute, because there's very few of these effects that actually target. And yeah, tokens are not a problem. Yeah, shore up. Balduvian Rage, a classic. I think we're probably not often spending a chunk of mana on one thing, but I'm okay with one copy of this kind of thing. Yeah, man. Search is struggling right now. Yeah, well, always appreciate it, Elect Man. Ponder Preodorant and Mold Drifter. They are some. Because like we do have a lot of support for just general spell slinging, but I think that's just to fill slots if I need it. I really want these to target. Oh, we just got a new one for this. Another combat trick that makes mana or makes a treasure. How big are most of the creatures? They're pretty small. Yeah, I like haste magic. Because it's a high likelihood that you're able to cast the stuff out of exile since our mana, like, average mana cost is so low. I don't know if we actually run the Grape Shot here. Like, I don't know that we're casting quite enough spells for this to be worth it, but I wanted to put it off to the side so I remember to think about it again. Oh yeah, I like mana dorks for this now that we have right, I think this is Zookeeper Mechan, yeah. And Sun something. Sunstrike something? Sure Sun Sure Strike something? No. Sun, what is the one from Tarkir? I forget. Yeah. And as I'm thinking about it, like, this probably does want the Ornithopter. It just wants to have other targets. And if our ramp is other targets, that's great. If you all know what card I'm trying to think of, let me know. There's the other new mana dork from Tarkir. Oh, it's an uncommon, isn't it? Yeah, that one's an uncommon. Distortion Strike, is that the rebound one? Yeah. I'm down. Simian Spirit Guide's a common. Man, this search is killing me today. Soulsfire. Yeah. I like where your head's at. Oh yeah, Titan Strength, that's good. Because that's like a really good rate plus the scry. So yeah, because we are just trying to push through a bunch of combat damage, and then we can use pingers to finish them off. I guess in that vein, we should probably be playing Monstrous Rage. Oh, that's an uncommon. Uncommon! Double Strike Trick a common? There are definitely Double Strike tricks that are common. Battle Rage. Yeah. I guess there's a good chance that Teamer Battle Rage gets both versions. Water Wings. Yeah, Accelerate is probably playable here. And then I gotta look up Water Wings. Base power and toughness 4/4, flying in hexproof. Yeah, I'm on board for that. That's because that's nice flexibility. It's a protect my stuff trick. It helps to jump to get damage in on offense. Yeah, I like it. Hmm. Active treasons. Probably not, because we might be making an active treason deck if we decide to build this. You know what's funny? This works, right? This is Choco Comet. Oh, no, it's an uncommon! It's an uncommon. Hmm. I want to run Gravitic Punch because I think it's funny. And it does seem pretty solid here. We should probably put in some like some bread and butter, like in a braid and some counter magic. What kind of common counter spells do we have? Like good ones. All right. Yeah. Elemental blasts. Yeah, not those. Oh, Arcane Denial. That's a classic. Do we have any counter spells that can target our creatures? Oh no, because then it's still not a single target. Fire Urchin. If these are like, if these don't give a big boost, I'll probably, yeah. I don't know if this is enough for me. I think I'm cutting them at +2. Because this is still, yeah, okay, this, now we're talking. There, yeah, definitely you. I think they either got to be able to ding each opponent or they've got to get at least a 2 boost. Counters are not bad. Like, right, there's like the dwarf from Dominaria United, right? Like counters are definitely better. Like, we can just run counterspell on this, right? Yeah. I think this is going to be much lighter on blue, though. We're not running too much counter magic because we're really only going to need it. Like, this deck still wants to play on its own turn. 52 cards. This probably does need more interaction. What kind of removal do I want for this? Bolt. Can't go wrong with Bolt. And probably like some bounce. This also has not a lot of ways to deal with like bigger creatures. Did Chaos Warp have a common printing? Does not look like it. Oh, right. I did like the Ophidian Eye suggestion. Because we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 good targets for it, and you can always just throw it on a flyer. Any good Cypher cards? Let's find out. Yeah, with Grape Shot, you do not get the Storm trigger. Hidden String seems very good. It's okay. The problem with those is we have some creatures, but our creature count is lower than average, and we should be good at getting through. But the Hidden Strings also like doesn't get copied. Oh, I guess we should do Tandem Lookout then. If we're willing to do Ophidian and I. Take the creature version too. All right, we're at 55 cards. We have no artifacts, one enchantment, but I think that's fine. Yeah, I want some good bounce. Rituals and non-target cantrips to smooth it out. I think I have the rituals that I can play in this. So I have Seething Song, I have Mana Geyser. And like we can always fill with cantrips. I'm trying to think if there's anything in that the deck needs. It's like yeah, Nerd Girl, we're on deck 12 already. So I definitely wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, is Into the Royal like the best version that we've got of this? Man, we're drawing so many cards. Oh, Desperate Ritual. Yeah, that was a common, wasn't it? And then Pyretic. Was Pyretic also? I guess so. We probably can also get away with like some of the stuff that's looking for like instants and sorceries in graveyard. No, not C number. These are this guy. This is a common. Seems good. And I'm not as worried about you. Reckless, what's up? Or not red shirt. Red shirt, what's happening? Oh, Reckless ransacking, we already got it. Going as deep as Tolarian Terror? Maybe we are. Is there like a Tolarian Terror that's Like, that's probably the best one of these for this. All right, we're at 62. It's looking pretty decent. Wait, Red Shirt, I'm very confused what you're saying. Oh, or did I just I dragged a card in. That's what happened, right? That's what it was. Yep, that is the thing that you can do. All right, I'm gonna start filling in lands, I think. All right, so this is our first 2-color deck for this. So the options are not great. I like the Blazing Crescendo. All right, yeah. What lands can I run in this bad boy? Do we have like any utility lands that work for this at all? Mystic Monastery. I think that's outside of our colors. Mystic Sanctuary. I should have realized that's what you were saying. That one makes a lot more sense. Any of the wizard spells, you'll have enough of them? Yeah. But a lot of the wizard spells like do stuff to others. We want to be able to target our stuff. All right, so we probably start with like the tapped ones that have types. So I don't remember what the snow one is. Do you want tap lands in this kind of deck? I think that they are fine because colors are going to be very important for all of these specifically colored pips. Like, obviously, untapped mana is always better. Thank you, Volatile Fjord. But I think you've got to be able to cast the spells. So we're going to have to put some tap lands in. Yeah, spoiler works. Campus is scry, right? Actually, I guess I could just do this. Look for ones that I am forgetting that are actually. Oh, tunnel. Tunnel is very good here. Because you can crack it, make your, like, Kiln Fiend unblockable, and then start casting spells. Oh, Slundi. No, this is not a common in. This is only a common in Pioneer, right? Yeah, the Capenna ones, they are better. MH3, I don't know if did they have MDFCs at common though. Obscura, that's no. There's only one blue red one, right? There's no other, yeah. Oh no, were there not ones at common? Because I didn't think that there were. I think this is like, yeah, significantly more red, right? Are there really like no utility lands that I want for this? I think I'm not gonna run the Dwarven Mine because the 1/1 body is way less relevant than putting a spell back on top. And I do want to I want to keep tabs on like the number of tap lands because I yeah. Like the mountain count is probably good enough, and we might, once we test this a little bit, come around to it. But yeah, this might just be it. I can't think of any other utility lands that we could run in this. All right, let's just take it for a spin. See what happens here. I think I'd maul that. This seems good. Draw command tower. Draw mountain. We have Kiln Fiend, we have Flamesmith, or we have Beam Splitter Mage. Our next turn is probably like Pyretic, cast one more spell. Happy fam, I do. If you want to do that, then you just use the Ko-fi link down in the corner, and that should have all of your details. Let's see. Opal Palace might do work in this deck. You think it's gonna get killed that much? It might. I think since we don't have things that actually split right now, I think we just put like Flamesmith on board. Then we draw. Play that. We can like Pyretic, Ping Table, Murmuring Mystic? Yeah, oh yeah, Ningguo, you know. Okay, so this seems like a solid setup. Cause now we go like Beam Splitter, Kiln Fiend, and we go, all right, somebody's got to deal with us. Breakthrough off the top is very good. If somehow somebody let us up to this point, we can do Breakthrough, Fists of Flame for like a ton of shit. Draw command tower. Draw. We'll play an island and a dork. Draw. I think now we just go Beam Splitter into like Witch's Mark. Both of these we get Wicked rolls. We go drop a mountain, draw 2, drop another mountain, draw 2. That's very good. Yeah, happy fam. No, you just got to go to the. I had it right the first time. The link in the corner. Maybe this. Hey. All right. This feels pretty good right now. If we do one more, draw, tap land, draw, mountain. Yeah, we probably just do naked Beam Splitter here. Draw. Because also keep in mind, all the other decks are also PDH decks, so we don't have another creature is the problem with this hand. How exactly does it work? If you set up with a deck tech there, then it'll pop up on my screen. I'll see it on my end. You send me your deck list, and we get right into it. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think I'm happy with this. Might get some tweaks later on. Flame Rift. No, I don't think we need Burn. But that card, I do like. I do like Flame Rift. Okay. So we have a mono black deck. We have Is It Spellslinger. So the colors that we haven't represented are green and white. So the last two decks just have to have green and white in them. They don't have to be specifically green and white, but they have to include those colors. So we have representation of all colors in the pod. One pauper deck should run Heir Apparent. What deck would I do Heir Apparent? So I guess Scurry Oak combo. Is Scurry Oak common? Or are you saying Scurry Oak as commander? Scurry Oak as commander? Because then with Ivy Lane, yeah. I don't know. Okay, so talk to me about this then, because with Discover spells, what is this the Discover for? Just to like fish for Ivy Lane? Because that I think is going to be your problem, right? Is it's your only combo. Like you can only combo with one other card, and then you have to find it using commons. Because also, how many of those are there in commons? And everything costs 5 or more. See, now I think that's too much, because like what does the rest of the deck do? That makes me laugh, but I don't think it hangs. Let's just see if we can get some inspiration here. Botanical Brawler counters. Kadira. Yeah, Conclave Mentor kind of the same. I think I would do I think I'd do the Brawler because it puts counters on itself and you then synergize with other cards. You got it, Cecil? A Heir Apparent commander? Great Desert Prospector. Oh boy. All right, let's see what we got. It's like, oh, okay, make power stones for each other creature you control. That I don't that's a lot. That's a lot of things to balance in a deck that already is going to be choked on slots. But it is intriguing. Let me see if I don't find other inspiration here. I'm so sad that Garnet would be really cool, but the support does not exist. Huatley's Raptor. Enter Proliferate. Hamza is also super busted. But I think you're going to struggle to have good infect, or even just like to be able to consistently get an infect card in commons. Kitchen Finks. Well, all right, what will we do with Finks? Persist combo with what? With what? What common can we persist combo with? Yeah, I don't think it exists. Is the truth. Save hold elite. Is there actually a That's just another persist creature. Hello, dog boy. Yeah, Lagrella would be cool. Oh, Kazali Ambusher is such a cool card. Rookraiser Landfall might not be too bad considering your common Landfall is not gonna like take over the game the way that Landfall normally would. What Landfall do we have? Oh yeah, Trellisara would be very good. I think that was one that was also in consideration for the original pod that we did. Thanks, Happy Fam. Prava Hair Apparent. I don't know. Happy Fam, there should be an option in there specifically for deck text for today's date. You should see it in the shop. I'm not ruling the bunnies out, but I think you're gonna have to hit me with like a banger suggestion. It's gotta not be like, oh, this might work. It's gotta be like, wait, this is the one. This is not terrible. It's not great though either. That's the trick, right? Is like you gotta find something that's got enough uh like representation in commons. You got your Tempest Hawk deck name? Lay it on me. Let's see. It says sold out. Oh, my my bad. Let me check because it is not showing up as sold out on my end. If you go, yeah, just go into the shop and go to Deck Tech for 2/4/26. Yeah, they're showing 3 left for today. I never mind, dog boy. I hate it. I hate it. Skirmish Rhino Blink scam. Maybe it's not that bad. Partners of backgrounds are okay as far as I understand, but I don't think they're. Yeah, they should be good. Also, wait, okay, so um we have one new card, Judy. We have one like older card, Beam Splitter Mage. We haven't done like an actual uh PH like option. Let me look back at the popular commanders. Yeah, that's right, Happy Fam. Kutzil is the most popular. Trelisara, I think, is probably a good choice. We could do Enchantress. I think it's been a while since we've done an Enchantress deck on the show. I feel like we've done Life Gain more recently than. What's a wing con? I don't know. Yeah, but I think if you put it in the command zone, it's a little easier. There's There's an uncommon one that you can put in the command zone. All that glitters, yeah. Yeah, that Ancestral Mask, Ethereal Armor. Maybe the Beast Rider? I think that was an Elect Man suggestion. That would be kind of unique. An untapper. Crystalline Sliver, ew. 2-color slivers wouldn't be bad, but I also don't think it would be terribly exciting. What would I do with you, veteran Beast Rider? Because, like, the one thing that these decks are not good at is making a bunch of mana. And making a bunch of mana is a lot less scary when your payoffs are only commons. There are probably a million Master Decoys at common, Ningbao. Okay. Hamza is also super fun. We've actually already had Hamza on the show. Obviously not a PDH version, but... Tristani Summoner? Yeah, the Wilson Far Traveler, like, that's fine, but it's like Wilson and Blink? Yeah. Like, maybe this is just Enchantress. Oh, make a 2/2, a 3/3, and a 4/4. Oh, Lulu and Hermit both care that things like died or left the battlefield, right? Yeah, this is... Raised by Giants. It's a rare, though. That is a rare. I think this is the popular one. So, like, when I'm building pods for the show, I like to make sure to, like, appeal to as wide an audience as possible. So there are different, like, archetypes is not quite the right word, but, like, you know, for lack of better word, archetypes of decks that I want. So this one, this is a more of a Johnny one. Player profile, sort of, yeah. Like viewer profiles. This deck is going to take a lot of little actions, it is a little bit older, so a little bit more obscure. So players that are more invested in the game, a little more experienced, and have a good understanding of how the game works are going to enjoy a deck like this. The first deck that we built, Judy, is a very recent card. And so newer players might be like, oh, I remember getting that in my pre-release. Like that, I'm interested. It's from a very popular set that is fresh in everybody's memories. Then I like to do one that is just popular. Usually in Commander, that means like, like well recognized. Like lots of people have this deck. It's a little bit different for Pauper, but Satyr Enchanter is the Enchantress, and it is a very popular deck. It's just Enchantress in the command zone. And so we still do need a popular choice. It doesn't have to be this, but it would be convenient. Trellisar would also be there. Yeah, Tatyova is one of the most popular PDH commanders, period. Yeah, I guess if Satyr Enchanter, if we're going Voltron Satyr Enchanter, sure. But you could just do regular Enchantress. But I guess the strongest thing you're doing with commons is dumping stuff onto one creature. So that's a good point. The final archetype is the weirdos one, where it's usually a strange deck that is definitely sacrificing some functionality and some power for doing the weird little thing that it can do. I like this. I like this Beast Rider idea. Sumala Rumblers. That's kind of sick. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't think I like them either. So maybe we split it up because we do have two decks left, and it's just between the two decks, ideally green and white are represented. What's a good like little weirdo uncommon? that's just like out of nowhere. I am tempted just to build this. Like, we've already got both of these colors, but if I pick a green white commander, then I can just build this. Yeah. Maybe it's this. This is I think a pretty interesting one. Would mean the other deck has to have green in it. That's pretty doable. Yeah, Lagrella is a consideration. Golden Tail, yeah, we discussed it. It's like it's a possibility. Yeah, because I think the struggle here is that the green white ones, if they're Voltron, that's maybe too similar to the is it like one turn Voltron kind of thing. It would be nice to spread out the archetypes. Yes. The unit deck looks like a lot of fun. And just be like, all right, whenever you get a judge call, be like, oh well, new rules. We all have to play a commander game now to decide on the outcome of this interaction. Hello, Squee. Yeah, I've only been to game stuff a couple times, and each time I think it was like off hours. So I've never gotten to see it in full swing. Yeah, this is for the Popper episode. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know, man. It's just like not. Sometimes something will hit, and I'm like, that's it. That's the thing. A Thaumatalk earthbending. That's kind of funny. It's also cute. Abdel Adrian in green. Yeah. Hey, Squee. Yeah, I did win a box. I actually won two. But thank you. Don't say it too loud, though, because Nerd Girl might still be around. Um... Yeah, I think Finn would be good because it is the number one most popular PDH deck, and it's pretty different from the other archetypes we've done so far. It definitely scares the Is It deck a lot, and the Judy deck gives it a little trouble with a bunch of expendable blockers. Yeah, I think that settles it. And then the last deck just has to have white in it. I'm down for that. I think that makes sense. It's like it's variety of archetype. It fits one of the goals that I'm looking for. Okay. Finn. So we're looking for a bunch of little death touchers. Um every little snake. You know what? This is just going to suck because of the search being really slow today. Let's just do this. There we go. Flash death touch. Yep. Death touch. Yep. Oh, death touch gives something death touch. Yep. Reach and death touch. Yeah. Death touch mana dork. Sure. 1/1 death touch pumps itself. Attacks give death touch. 1/1 death touch. Oh, Death Touch Toxic seems very good. Oh yeah, that new elf. No, the elf isn't uncommon. That's the problem. 1/1 Death Touch. 1/1 Death Touch. Death Touch Mana Dork. Soulbond Death Touch. 1/1 Death Touch. Death Touch Dork. This is easy. Why didn't I just do this in the first place? This seems fine. Okay, great. We got a base of Death Touchers. So 19 creatures. Great. This is so easy. Underdark Basilisk. I'm okay with because we have so many 2-drops. I tried to pick what I thought were the best 2-drops. And that one's just 2 mana with Death Touch. Right, we can do infect stuff too. And proliferate. What other thirsting roots is proliferating? Oh, longbow, you animal. How dare you? More proliferates. I guess Glistener Elf seems good. Go, search, go. Go, search, go. Yes, Rancor is a common. Pretty good. Trample in general will be good for this. Yeah, definitely all of the bites. Urban Daggertooth. Big proliferate. Sisbearer, another common infector. Bloomhawk is proliferate. Carnivorous Canopy is artifact enchantment flying removal that also can proliferate. Let's see. Betrayer is also infect. Oh, Rap and Vigor. Very, yeah. Good call. Run over. What is run over? Oh, yeah. I'll have to go through and look at, like, if there are any choices that are specifically better. Because once we start getting to here, it does not really matter. Big Toxic. This one's easy. Gary clone for white. That would be funny. The Umbras. The Umbras. Finn is a removal magnet. Yeah, we probably should, like... Azura's Portal Manipulator. I don't think I know that one. I like Whisper Silk. I haven't played one of those in forever. Original printing at common. Bang. Oh, that's funny. I don't remember what Channel Life Roar does, right? It's channel and buff? Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. Oh, I do love an Invigorate. Do love an Invigorate. Yeah, see, the Umbras are a little tricky to me because you have to, like, this is a decked out consideration, is that at least one player at the table is very good at Magic. Like, significantly better at Magic than your average Commander player, which is not true for most pods, which is not necessarily true for a lot of shows. Snake Umbra is good if you resolve it, but one player in particular likes to hold up removal constantly, and so whoever gets handed this deck will get their Snake Umbra totally blown out. Snakeskin Veil, on the other hand, gives them some play there. And like and so it does encourage better deck building because you're focused on like those types of things. But yeah, you got that's the thing that you got to keep in mind. So what does this do? We're at 45. Do we have any other ways to like protect our stuff? Do we have any other common? Because there's like the worst versions of oh, Gaia's Gift. That's a good one. That's a good one. Because then you can also use it on offense to punch something through. Ranger's Guile is the one I'm thinking of. Because I think I don't mind, even though this is like just worse. I think the buff is important. All right, so now like some bread and butter. Let's do like a return to nature. Tamiyo's. I mean, yeah, it's very good. Seedling. That's like OG charm, right? Return target creature enchantment to its owner's hand. Regenerate. Yeah. Or trample. Sure. That's funny. Actually, could use some more creatures. To be honest. What else does this want? Oh, we have the poison fart dog already. I did not exhaust all of the infect options. Because if we're doing infect, it's doubly effective because we have a lot of stuff that can give death touch to other creatures, and if we give death touch to an infect creature, it still deals combat damage to a player. It's just dealing it in the form of poison counters, so it still triggers Finn the Fangbearer. Oh yeah, Contagious Vorak is proliferate. That's good. We could use more big creatures. Plague Nurse? What the hell is Plague Nurse? Toxic 2, I'm already on board. Each other creature controlled gains Toxic 1. That's terrifying. So yeah, I'm on board. I think I already have Viridian Betrayers, yeah. Wings of Hubris, that's... You can sack for, all of your stuff gets flying, right? Or you sack... I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how this works. Because there's like a way to... Equip creature can't be blocked, sack end of next turn. Oh, and it has flying. I feel like there are better flying options in this, right? I think we're also already on Pollen Bright, yeah. Is there a good, like, unblockable all my stuff in one turn? Probably not in green. Is this printed? This, oh, okay, this is only printed in uncommon. Wait, why is it showing me this then? Uh-oh. And Exodus remastered on MTGO. Stupid. But yeah, that's exactly what we need. All right. So we're at 33 creatures. That's pretty solid. Our removal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gallows, yes, Scryfall has been lagging today. Bombadil song. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, because Bombadil song will ring tempt as well, right? Which is definitely relevant. Yeah. Oh, yes, and we were talking about this. That initiative is, and Monarch is probably pretty good here. Yeah, we have the Wombo combo, Shinin of Life's Roar plus Trailblazer Storage. Oh, God. Does Meet in a Tavern trample? Because if it doesn't, I'm not interested. But if it does, then that's very good for this. Nope. Get it out of here. Lead the Stampede just like grabs creatures, right? I think we're just like, it's okay, but it's not quite. I guess that's fine. We don't have a lot of card draw, so we'll take what we can get. And Rev, Guiltleaf's Embrace. What are you? Trample and Indestructible. It's a little pricey. Meet in a Tavern is also card draw. Yeah, I think I'd rather look for better card draw then, because the +2/+2 I don't think is ever going to be relevant. We have so many 2-mana Death Touchers. Because I think the main thing is if we don't have we need I think significantly more card draw to be pushing more 2-mana Death Touchers, but I'm happy to put some chunkier ones up. It's just harder to find ones that are like that feel good for the deck, you know? Ha, Taunting Elf. Taunting Elf, hilarious. Man, I haven't played a deck with a Taunting Elf for so long. What was Alluring Scent? Sure. Humbler of Mortals. What do you do? Humbler of Mortals. Creatures gain trample. It's not bad. We only get to use it once. Definitely would prefer to find one that just does it. Can be repeatable with enchantments, but I think we're already pretty far off of enchantments. All right, yeah, I think we're looking for card advantage now. How do we do that in green commons? Oh yeah, do we have anything with Monarch? Because I think this deck is very good at holding Monarch. I think we just play these because. Oh yeah, we're definitely on Trailblazer's Torch. Oh yeah, I guess I should see. Yeah, I think we take those. Because it means our opponent has to swing into Death Touchers to try and take it. Waxing Moon. I think the problem is we have so many little like 1-power Death Touchers that the trample has to come with a little bit. What about Blitzball? We have to hit them with a legendary, right? Which is literally just our commander. And like this is the Death Toucher people will block. Let's fill in some lands, give it a spin, and see what we need to adjust. What lands can we run in this that actually do something? Feels like probably not much, right? Forest seems good. Yeah, that's a good start. Yeah, good suggestion. Good suggestion. The desert. I think it's an uncommon. I guess this also wants escape tunnel. Yeah. Cyclers, blah, blah, blah. But stuff that, like, works with this. Because I do think this wants the cyclers, but... Yeah, this is a deck that I think wants Opal Palace. I don't remember what the desert is called. It's just this, right? Creatures care about landfall triggers. The caves buff a guy. Yeah, the caves are. Whew, the caves are bad. Let me see. Let's see how this is feeling. Glistener off on 1. Turn 2. I mean, turn 2 is Finn. Pop somebody with the elf. Turn 3. here, maybe we have, if we can hit 2 more people, then we can proliferate. Draw. This is our turn 4. We like cycle. Yeah, that was pretty good. That felt good. 1 lander, not great. Sure. Okay, so draw. Draw. Like 2 is Finn. Hit somebody. Draw. Tap land. Yeah, we just put this on the board. Pop, pop. This is turn 4. I mean, it's doing the thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's hard to just like boop hit somebody. Pygmy Kavu. I'm intrigued. But I think this deck is pretty much done. I'll probably just like search for another way to Pygmy Kavu. Draw card for each black creature. This would be so tilting in this pod with the mono black make as many Judies as possible deck. That's very funny. 2 minutes, little guys for greater good. I mean, hey, if they printed greater good at common, trust me, it would be in this deck. But we are building a pauper commander deck, so no greater good here. Tetsu. All right, everybody. I think that is the end of the stream for today. I've got more stuff to do, but we got 3 out of the 4 decks done for the pauper pod. That'll be great. Thank you all for your help. We also got to deck tech a pretty cool deck today. So let me see where we're headed. Who's on? Let's see. You know what? I'm going to send you all to ePhilly because I feel like we have not rated her in a while. Okay. Thank you all. It's been a great night. This should be back on track to see you all every Wednesday. So hopefully we're good on that. All right. Good night, everyone. See you next time. Bye.
I like that part too. Oh my god, decked out! Hello! Oh my my god, I just got on. So we're not playing Magic yet. But hello, I hope you guys had a good stream. Hello, we're talking, we're just